Dave, can you hear me?
I hear you perfect. Give me just a sec, I'll turn this music off for you. Where is my music? Hi. Where are you? Hey Audrey, where are you? Hi Dave, I'm gonna be on.
Yeah, we got one word this one. We got the Instagram, so we got one word.
No, we're okay. Damn it. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Okay, we just have to build some back stuff here.
The other XPS.
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, no, you're good. I just had a quick question for you. Also, sorry about the confusion this morning. I feel like that was a little discombobulated, but we got there. Okay, well, when this starts and goes live at 11:30, I just wanted to confirm one more time. I I will not be able to communicate with Stephen and Ophelia like via voice like we are right now. Just be able to use because if I'm talking, okay, so I'll be able to communicate with them with my voice before they go live at 1 o'clock or 1:05. Okay. Okay. And then you'll be doing the countdown three, two, one, go. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm that one more time so I'm 100% confident in it. Okay. I am there. I am relaxed. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Stephen and Ophelia were comfortable, but I think we got there with them, so it's all gonna be good. Sounds great. Well, I guess I'll just leave this link open then for the remainder of the day. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll leave it up, but I might not be here at every second, so just chat me if you need something, and I'll be checking in on it. All right, perfect. Thanks, Dave. Thank you. Bye.
We're gonna have a great show. We're dealing with some issues with our coupon code for our lunch that we sent out to everybody, which is always fun. And so I'm gonna email Justin. Oh, I just said I'm around. Give me a shout if you need anything. I'll leave this open. Thanks.
Ashley, I see you.
Any video with the sound.
Are you there? Hey, Ashley. Or who's ever logged in with Steven. Can you hear me?
Um, I can barely hear you. Let me try to turn the volume up on my end.
That would be awesome.
How am I coming in fairly loud and clear?
You are, although once we go live here, you will not be able to talk on this unless you really, really, really want to.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me try to turn the volume up.
Okay. How about 1, 2, 3, 4?
Perfect. I think we're good now.
Okay, cool.
So what'd you say when everyone else logs in? I'm gonna be muted basically.
Well, yeah, when we go live here, this inner communication, unless you really want it, and I can set it up, is probably we're not going to be able to do that because when you're talking right now, you're actually going out live onto the site.
So if guests are already logged in, they can hear me
Yes.
right now. Okay.
Yeah. Keep talking. Yeah.
I thought it
So
would just be helpful when they first log in to communicate this way.
okay. Yeah, you can. I mean, for at least another 15 minutes or so, maybe 20.
Well, I don't know that Carol and them will be on at that point, so
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to them because I've set up back,
private.
like cue buttons on them, so I can just punch each one of them in. They will not be able to talk to each. Well, I can make it so they can talk to each other, and I can set up. I could probably set you up too. Here, let me just see where you are.
If you could add me and Katie, that would be great.
I'll see what I can do on that. I don't have that many buttons that I can set each of you up because I thought we were going to communicate on Voxer, and this was going to be just strictly presenters today.
We three are, but I think if Jennifer and Carol hop on early and need to do last minute run through discussion, whatever, it might be helpful just to have that opportunity. Or if you can communicate with them on this and I can communicate with you, that's fine too.
Yeah, that I can do. I have already got them set up like that, so.
Okay. I just want to have a way to communicate with them if they need anything or have questions prior.
Yeah, we're good. I have them, and I can talk to them, and I feel like they'll be okay because they've already run their program. But yeah, I got you 100%. So if you don't mind, we'll play it that way. That way we don't have to worry about this whole live thing. So if you guys communicate with me on Voxer, I can just go back and forth. If it turns into a thing, I can punch you in. I just don't want it going out live.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave myself on the presenter page right now and just mute.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, do that, and I'll try to work on a punch in for you here too, just so you and I can chat.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Uh huh.
Edwin. So if you want to talk for a minute or two just about your day or the weather or whatever you want to talk about, we'll check sound levels.
Do you want to count down from 10 to 1 maybe? Like
Yeah, no,
one,
that works.
okay, 1, 2, hold on a second.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna leave the call connected and mute it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks.
Dave. That's Nick as a stand-in for Rick. They're getting the system. They're okay.
We are a region that is 3 million strong and growing. We embody the can-do attitude that has transformed Charlotte and our region into a destination for top-tier talent and companies throughout the US and the world. Although 2020 has tested us, we're emerging from it smarter, with resilience, and with an optimism that we will thrive and move forward together. With a focus on business, we will accelerate economic revitalization through business growth by attracting new companies to relocate or expand in the Charlotte region, and ensuring that businesses already here have an environment that enables their success. With an intention toward people, we will drive racial equity in our business community by holding ourselves accountable to diversity and inclusion through measurement of what's working and what's not, and we'll collectively work toward solutions that advance people of color and scale the region's diverse small businesses. And for the place we call home, we'll plan for the future and transform the Charlotte region by advocating for big picture thinking and implementation on infrastructure, innovation, and higher education that not only position us to compete, but to win. We are the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, and we're moving forward together.
Good morning, and thank you for joining the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance's annual Outlook, a newly combined event encompassing the Economic Outlook Conference and our annual meeting. I'm Jennifer Weber, Chief Human Resources Officer for ADM, and have had the privilege of chairing the Charlotte Alliance in 2020. I'm excited to be here today and kick off what will be a very informative and exciting program. We'll begin by hearing from 4 CEOs leading global and well-known companies headquartered right here in the Charlotte region on their reflections of 2020 and outlook for 2021. This dynamic conversation will be moderated by Charlotte favorite Rosalind Durant, who not only has incredibly strong ties to our region, but who's also breaking glass ceilings when in early March, she made Black history when she was named Senior Vice President of Operations for Disney Springs, ESPN Wide World of Sports, and Disney's Blizzard Beach and Typhoon Lagoon water parks. We are so fortunate to have her with us and moderating this conversation. The CEOs joining us today represent a variety of industries that are responding to the global pandemic in very different ways. We are sure to gain valuable insights from Red Ventures CEO Rick Elias, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan, Food Lion President Meg Ham, and Atrium Health CEO Gene Woods as they share their perspectives on COVID-19, racial equity, the election, business, our community, and the world. We'll take a short break following the panel discussion. When we return, Citizen of the Carolinas Award sponsor Duke Energy will lead us in honoring Dr. Ophelia Garman Brown for her legacy contributions to our great community. Incoming Chair Carol Lovin and I will have a fireside chat on 2020 reflections and the 2021 outlook. Following this, I'll officially pass the gavel to Carol, who will announce our executive committee and the leaders who will move us forward together in advancing equitable economic growth. Carol will continue our charge in significant economic strides to make the Charlotte region the most vibrant, healthy, and innovative economy for all, and lead the Alliance as the voice for business. And following the formal programming, we invite you to join us for a virtual reception. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. It just would not be possible without them. And they're all scrolling at the bottom of your screen, but I do want to mention them, so bear with me for a couple of minutes. So our presenting sponsors are Atrium Health and Bank of America. Our platinum sponsors are American Airlines, Electrolux, Grant Thornton, Lowe's Companies, Maurer, Novant Health, Piedmont Natural Gas, Steel Fab Inc., and Wells Fargo. Our 2 gold sponsors are Fifth Third Bank and IBM. Our silver sponsors are Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, JLL, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Sealed Air Corporation, and our bronze sponsors are Alexa Technologies and Publix. Let's keep the engagement going through social media today. If you're tweeting or posting about this event, please tag your tweets with hashtag CLTAO2020. Full bios of our speakers were emailed out in your pre-event email and also can be found on our website at charlotteregion.com/annual outlook. Truliant Federal Credit Union would like you to enjoy lunch on them with a gift from Postmates. Full instructions are located in your pre-event email. We want to encourage you to order from your favorite local restaurant to support small businesses, their workers, and the communities. Truliant, thank you so much for your sponsorship and making this possible. A special thank you to those who purchased a Forward Together ticket. You've enabled the attendance of small business leaders in our community with the knowledge and social capital this program offers. As we head into the holiday season and the new year, we hope today's program will inform and inspire actions that will propel us forward together to advance equitable economic growth within the Charlotte region. Our opening video introduced you to the Alliance strategies beginning in 2021. In this next 3-minute video, we'll hear more about the data that's providing the support and direction for these strategies. That's been a concentration of the Alliance this year and one will continue in 2021, making sure we're tracking economic and industry trends and using data to inform our strategic direction. A special thank you to UNC Charlotte for your leadership, partnership, and sponsorship of the Charlotte Growth and Research Report. UNC Charlotte's a major asset in our community and a great partner for employers. The university is a key contributor to our Alliance Regional Research Collaborative, and we're pleased to highlight their insights and reports in this next segment. Now let's roll the video.
What a year it has been, but we're bouncing back. Job by job, brick by brick. Industries like construction and finance are leading our recovery. Although 2020 had its challenges, it has also presented some incredible opportunities for reinvention and growth that we will carry into 2021. Finance is one of those. In this industry, more income is generated than any other sector and shows no signs of slowing. Advanced manufacturing is another. It brings capital investments to the region. Healthcare employs more people than any other industry. It's also directly tied to education. With educational partnerships like Atrium and Wake Forest, Novant and UNC Chapel Hill, and the private sector partners like the newly announced Centene East Coast HQ. Lastly, technology. Tech drives innovation and reaches all industries. To truly recover, we must ensure that our recovery is equitable. COVID-19 impacted people of color disproportionately, both as business owners and employees, likely widening pre-pandemic economic gaps. For instance, according to a UNC Charlotte Urban Institute's recent study of a racial wealth gap in the Charlotte area, white-owned businesses account for more than $37 billion in total sales and receipts, while black-owned businesses account for just over $1 billion. We have to bridge the divide, especially now more than ever. We plan to back policies that promote access to capital for young businesses and support education and workforce development. We must also expand information about careers, education, and investment opportunities to different racial and income groups. According to recent research from the Brookings Institute study on Charlotte-influenced socioeconomic mobility, expanding social networks play a key role in increasing economic mobility. These challenges aren't insurmountable, and we move forward together, stronger and resilient towards the future. We've been growing, and we will continue to grow over the next 30 years. In 2019, the Charlotte region reached 3 million in population. This boom shows no signs of slowing down. In the next 30 years, we're expecting another 1.6 million. As we continue to grow and become more diverse, we must plan for sustainable growth. Millennials make up a big part of this growth. As they continue to age, demand for suburban housing outside Mecklenburg County will likely increase, increasing a need for housing and infrastructure. According to the UNC Charlotte Childress Klein Center for Real Estate's recent State of Housing in Charlotte report, housing growth can't keep pace with the population growth. This is making housing affordability for middle-income families difficult and is pushing residential development further into the suburban fringe. Connecting this population with ease of access to employment opportunities both through infrastructure investments and cultivating business growth in local communities will be a focus of the Alliance's work in the years to come. The year of COVID-19 shaped 2020. It also made us stronger and laser-focused. We're more determined to make the Charlotte region stronger than ever. Together, we can do it by leveraging our economic strengths, ensuring the equitable recovery, and planning for our future. The Charlotte Regional Business Alliance is poised to lead the region forward together.
Perhaps learned a few things. I know I did. I even took a few notes. I particularly appreciated the areas of focus for how we emerge stronger, leveraging economic strength, ensuring equitable recovery, equitable is important, and the third that was mentioned was planning for our future. Those are all themes that we're going to talk about today. I'm Rosalind Durant. I'm Senior Vice President of Operations at Walt Disney World Resorts, and I am absolutely honored to be here today to facilitate this conversation with our business leaders and friends. There's so much going on and so much to talk about. But I want to start by just saying thank you. I want to first thank our panelists. Thanks to all of you for taking the time to be here today, especially with so much that's going on right now. Know how much we all appreciate it. I know that I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and I'm certain our attendees are. And to our attendees, we want to thank you. Thank you for joining us today. We know that this isn't how any of us expected this to look. We were looking forward to being with you in person, but COVID. And how many times have we all said that this year, guys? But COVID taught us to do things differently and learn a new way of being. And that's what you're going to see today. We're going to do this differently, virtually, but I think you will quickly realize that we're not skipping a beat. A good conversation is not dependent on the platform. So I want to start by just briefly introducing the panelists that you see here today. And I say brief because to do proper justice to everything this group has done and is doing would take all of our time together. So I'm going to just try to keep it brief and give you an idea of who we have here today. First up, we have Rick Elias. Rick is the co-founder and CEO of Red Ventures, a portfolio of digital companies headquartered right here in Charlotte, North Carolina. With over 3,500 employees across 5 continents, Red Ventures' digital platform spans across many industries, including home services, financial services, health services, travel, entertainment, and education. In 2009, Rick survived Flight 1549, the miracle on the Hudson, which led to his viral TED Talk, 3 Things I Learned While My Plane Crashed. Even saying those words makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Rick's leadership style has earned him noteworthy recognition. In 2011, he was named an Ernst & Young National Entrepreneur of the Year. And in 2016, he was inducted into the Carolinas Entrepreneur Hall of Fame. Rick believes that companies should be forces of good in the world. His social impact programs, Road to Hire and Golden Door Scholars combined have impacted nearly 1,000 young adults here in our Charlotte region and currently activate hundreds of Red Ventures employees as mentors, as volunteers, and supporters. Rick recently expanded Road to Hire to partner with other top employers in Charlotte, including Bank of America, Atrium, Lowe's, Novant Health, and Avid Exchange. A native of Puerto Rico, Rick attended Boston College and Harvard Business School. Please join me in welcoming Rick Elias. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. Thank you.
Next we have President of Food Lion, Meg Ham. As president, Meg leads a team of more than 77,000 associates dedicated to providing fresh, healthy, and affordable food. Under her leadership, the company serves nearly 10 million customers each week across its 10-state operating footprint. During her 30-year tenure at Ahold Delhaize USA, the parent company for Food Lion, Meg has served at the helm of Bottom Dollar Food, the company's former discount banner, as well as in executive leadership roles in both retail operations and merchandising functions at Food Lion and its sister banner, Hannaford. She has built a distinguished career and strong reputation for her focus on the value of service to customers and ensuring great associate experiences. A native of Central New York, she earned her Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management and Marketing from Cornell University. She currently resides in Concord with her husband and 2 sons. And let me just say, it's just a remarkable spirit. That last part wasn't part of the official bio, but I know it to be true, so we'll throw that in. So glad you're here, Meg. Please join me in welcoming Meg Ham. I can hear all of our attendees clapping. You all just can't hear it. We can't see them, but I know that it's happening. Next, we have Chairman of the Board and CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan. Brian leads a team of more than 200,000 employees dedicated to making financial lives better for people, for companies of every size, and institutional investors across the United States and around the world. As part of his leadership of the International Business Council, Brian, along with Klaus Schwab, WEF founder and executive chairman, and the CEOs of accounting firms Deloitte, Ernst & Young, KPMG, and PricewaterhouseCoopers introduced the Stakeholder Capitalism Metrics, a series of universal ESG metrics and disclosures which will help companies demonstrate their contributions to a set of specific sustainable development goals. Pretty important, since 2007, Brian has chaired the Global Diversity and Inclusion Council, the chief governing body for Bank of America's diversity and inclusion strategy, which I personally appreciate. So thank you for that, Brian. Please join me in welcoming Brian Moynihan. It's the quiet clap. And our final panelist, last but definitely not least, there is no least amongst this group, is Jean Woods, President and CEO of Atrium Health, a nationally leading nonprofit health system with more than 70,000 teammates serving patients at 42 hospitals and more than 1,500 care locations. It also provides care under the Wake Forest Baptist Health name in the Winston-Salem, North Carolina area, and Atrium Health Navasant in Macon, Georgia. During his nearly 30 years of healthcare leadership experience, Gene has made a considerable impact on both his system and industry, having previously led nonprofit and for-profit hospitals, academic and community-based delivery systems, and rural and urban facilities. Native to the state of Rhode Island, Gene actually spent much of his childhood in Spain, where he and his younger sister grew up bilingual and surrounded by a large extended family. During his college years, Gene helped pay for his own education by playing in bands at the Pennsylvania State University, where he earned his bachelor's degree as well as his master's degrees in both business administration and healthcare administration. I'm very curious about the bands, Gene. Please join me in welcoming Gene Woods. So before we jump in, let me just first acknowledge how beautifully diverse this panel is. I don't know if it was by design, but I tell you, it feels good. And looking at you all reflect the Charlotte that I know. So grateful that you're all here in Charlotte and here with us today on the panel. All right, y'all, we're gonna jump in. So 2020. I don't even know what to say after that. There's so much to say about 2020. Where do you begin? A global pandemic, racial justice, social unrest, what we can call a pretty eventful election season. We all know that you all are incredibly accomplished professionals, but I do want to just pause for a minute and acknowledge that you're human. And I'd like to start there, if you don't mind, to just talk to you human to human and ask, with everything going on in 2020, how are you doing? How are you personally doing? How are you personally coping with all that is 2020? Meg, mind if I start with you?
That'll be great. Thanks, Roz. And I think you can stop right after 2020 because it just opens up a whole realm of really differences in an unprecedented year, the unprecedented times. And I guess in that time, what I have done is really reflected on how extremely fortunate I am. And so while there have been difficult times and while you've asked yourself questions like, what else can happen? It also gave you some time to step back and to recognize how fortunate I am and my family is. And so we're doing just fine. Thank you.
Glad to hear it.
But we have learned a lot, and it has given us some time to really reflect on what's most important to us. And you know, when this first started, first of all, you kept thinking it would go away really quickly, and now I no longer think that. We're not going back to normal. We have the next normal that we're creating, and quite frankly, that helped too to just say, okay, we're just going to keep moving forward. But in this time, I was asked really early on in an interview, well, now that it's seen that grocery stores are important, how do you feel about that? And what gave me pause in that moment is I always knew grocery stores were really important and that we were essential. And at Food Lion, our mission is to nourish families and set them up for success in life. And now other people might see us in a light that's a little bit different, but I can guarantee you that we have 77,000 associates who are fiercely passionate about our mission. And this has enabled us to really deliver on that and to understand that we are the towns and cities, and to be able to be there in all different times, in all different communities, to be there for our customers and for our associates. So on that reflection, I find that I'm extremely fortunate. And but there's no doubt it's been the most challenging year and time in my career. With the health and safety of 77,000 associates and 9 million customers on my mind on a regular basis, and making sure that we're doing all that's possible for us to ensure a safe environment for people to get fed. I can tell you one of the things I miss most is the interactions with our associates. I found that that's where I get my energy and my fulfillment to continue to carry on. But what I have been inspired by through this time is the passion and the commitment of our associates. We call our culture Count on Me. We've named it. And I can tell you that I have been inspired by the energy and the passion with which our 77,000 associates have taken on this challenge, whether it be in getting our normal work done, whether it be in feeding the hungry in our communities, or whether it be to be there for social justice inside of our communities. So extremely inspired by our associates. And on the home front,
missing the interactions, Meg. It just makes me
yes.
think of the things that we're going to appreciate differently, right? When you're back in the stores, you'll appreciate it. Not that you didn't before, but absence absolutely can make the heart grow fonder, can't it?
Absolutely. Nice big warm hug without a mask, and be able to see the real smiles on folks' faces. Absolutely. And at the home front, I have two young adult students who have found themselves back into our house, and that too has brought some differences. And this is you're back under the roof of your parents, and also some openings for some awesome conversations that we might not have otherwise been able to have as a family. And so do feel extremely fortunate with that too, because we're all healthy and safe as well. So
Absolutely.
a little bit of how I am when you say 2020.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next? Jane, you have some good news to tell us?
Well, yeah, actually, I do. I mean, today my spirit is certainly lifted. This morning we did receive our first shipments of vaccines, and later this afternoon it'll be one of the best days of my life. Certainly, is I get a chance to see our teammates receive some of their first doses. And I think this has been a year that's tested all of us, and so to get to see a day like today where my teammates have been on the front line. It feels like it's, after 9 months of 24/7 fighting in the trenches, just as we were about to get overrun, the cavalry has started to finally arrive. And so one of my directors, speaking of the trenches, she's the medical director of infection prevention, Dr. Catherine Passaretti, who's spent daily rounding on COVID patients. She got the first test, I think, in the entire state today, the first vaccine. And so as you can imagine, Roz, when I woke up this morning, I took a moment just to reflect on what this day means. Our healthcare workers and our community have seen more trauma than we can remember, certainly in my 30 years in my career. We've had caregivers that have had to spend weeks and weeks away from their families because they didn't want to risk the transmission to their kids, to their loved ones. We've lost frontline soldiers like Rose Liberto. She was a nurse, worked 10 years with us, and she didn't want to go home. She had fought cancer earlier in her life, and she was immunocompromised, but she wanted to be there with her so many nurses that she trained, and she lost her life in the battle. And so and we've lost others. So on a day like today, I'm on cloud nine. The modern day superheroes that I get to work with every single day finally getting the care that they deserve. And we've got a couple more months of fighting this, so we can't let up. We've got to double down, can't let up our guard, but we've got this. We said from the beginning, we've got this, we'll see it through. And so I think December 14th, 2020 is going to be a day that we will all remember for the rest of our lives.
So that smile is genuine. You're feeling good this morning, Jane.
I'm feeling very, very good.
Rick, how you doing?
It is listening to Jean, and they're really the real heroes of this is our healthcare workers. But it reminds me of the saying that it's always darkest before dawn. And I think dawn is upon us. I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be very difficult because we're going to have to deal with what's in the system already. But I am optimistic about the future. I'm very optimistic about the future. I do believe that crises are not to be wasted, and that applies to us as individuals and us as a country and us as a company. And we are very determined not to waste this crisis. So I think there's a lot that we will learn from this time period that hopefully will make us more purposeful, more aware, better people, better parents, better leaders, and all of that. So I don't wish for it again, but I think in time we can look back and see real silver linings out of this. And right now I'm doing fine, and fine is the new good, and soon enough we'll be doing good again. So that's my thinking.
I'm taking that quote. Fine is the new good. We'll take it.
I'm sure I plagiarized it from everywhere. And to be
It's
clear,
yours
to be
now.
clear here, Russ, this is like the Sesame Street song. One of us is not like the others. This is a lot bigger platforms and employees, and but I'm honored to be a part of the group.
We're glad you're here. And Brian.
Well, I think my colleague said it well. It's been an odd time. You focus with your family because on your personal side, just like all the people who work with us and we have the honor of working with, you have to, it changes your family, kids coming back, as Meg said, but having a strong family and a family that wasn't used to me not traveling. I mean, I was gone 4 or 5 days on a plane a week, moving around, and suddenly you're home. And so it's been fun just to sort of go through all that at the same time, as going to the grocery store is an interesting adventure compared to what it would be before for millions and millions and millions of Americans for a whole host of reasons. So I think one is, everybody focused on family, which is probably a good thing. I think everybody then focused on their communities when the issues around the George Floyd hit, and the conversations that came out of that, and the dialogue and action, which is important. And that's inspirational. And I think the other piece that's been inspirational to me is the 200,000 teammates who go to work every day in very unusual circumstances and do what they need to do for our customers and clients. And the markets are open. 500,000 people come into branches in the next 24 hours. They just are servicing every aspect of it. And then what's also inspirational is, as Gene said, that the colleagues that he serves, that we and a lot of us have tried to help, hospitals around the country with equipment and things we could step in and help on, and then community health centers and things which are important. But we're inspired by the frontline workers that we have, Meg and I have, who are out there feeding people or helping them participate in commerce. But importantly, we're most inspired by the frontline workers out there treating people and trying to get them better through this difficult disease. And we're also inspired by the pure science. This is an amazing thing that you have today, as Gene said. And I think you have to be inspired by your own team, but you have to be inspired by what's going around you. And that just, we got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of serious issues that we've got to deal with, but I think you have to be inspired by what's going on around us in the last 9 months of human interaction, human spirit, human ability to deal, human ability to adapt, but also human ability to innovate. And that's the amazing thing.
Thank you. And thank you all for sharing that. It's amazing just hearing from you and hearing you say the things that so many of us are feeling, right? One is hope, just hope. And I love, Brian, hearing you talk about just being inspired by the human spirit. Others that I pick up on is just this focus on these are different. What it's like being home when you're not used to being home, and having the time with the family and the good and some of the challenges that come with that, and coming to appreciate your employees and associates as extended members of the family. There's so much that we've all learned through this period. We appreciate you sharing some of your learnings and experiences with us. So, Brian, I want to stick with you as we get started here. You have helped lead the bank through challenging periods before. Can you talk a bit about what's so different about this crisis, and to what extent do those differences require different responses?
I think this was a healthcare crisis. In mid-March, I was on Face the Nation and on Sunday morning, and in the waiting room, it was Dr. Fauci, myself, and Dr. Gottlieb, and we were talking about it. And I went on, I said, this is a healthcare crisis. It's a war against a virus. and it's a world war and everybody's on the same side. That's what's different about this. This is not, especially as a bank going through the crisis we've gone through, this is not a financial crisis that created the human dislocation and the issues. It is a healthcare crisis. And so thinking about that, it requires companies to behave completely different. We all became specialized. I had 600,000 colleagues, 200,000 teammates, but 600,000 family members. So what did we have to do? We had to react completely different. Work from home, 100,000 people, 180,000 people working from home, bought 100,000 computers and deployed them in 3 or 4 weeks. You had just the way they work. Then the benefit structure. We realized that people couldn't work and be an IT specialist, a hall room monitor, a tutor, and everything going on in our house at the same time. And so we basically said, we got to change the whole benefit structure. So we gave our colleagues the right to hire somebody, anybody, at $100 a day. So we had to approach the benefit structure. That's not the benefit you'd have thought of in a healthcare crisis, but it's a benefit people needed because that then played into their mental health and made sure our mental health benefits because it did. And then we had to manage lots of cases. I mean, remember, you have this many people out there circulating, you take your mathematical percentage, and so we had to, so it was different. So how we worked, how we had to approach it, we had to rely on people like Gene and others to become healthcare experts because you were now, in the middle of the crisis with your teammates affected by it, yet you had to run the company every day. And I think that was very different. And the response was wholly different. The banks weren't the cause of the problem. In the 2007, 8, 9, 10, we were at this epicenter. So one day we were getting yelled at for being who we were, and then they were asked to help. This time people are saying, hey, you're in great shape. Now you really got to help. And I think the banking system did a fantastic job on the economic side of it to allow things to happen. And so, in some of us, we extended credit to the people who built testing facilities. We did things that above and beyond what we typically do and probably took more risk to not only help the standard clients, but help a lot of other clients and consumer assistance. So I think that's what was different. It was a healthcare crisis, and yet you still had a financial crisis that we still are dealing with and we still have to deal with and get it done. But it was just unique because I've never spent, in the last crisis, it was all about, markets and bad credit and everything and all this. This was all about, wait, how's this virus affect people? What can we do? 25,000 high-risk people took off the line on the first day you could and put them, and they couldn't work. We just kept paying them. No layoffs to protect people and stuff that you had to think about completely different in a way that was all about the healthcare crisis and let the economics fall out of that. And so I think that's why it's different. And
figured it out quickly, right? You talk about how quickly you had to roll out these computers. You didn't have the luxury of time. This was happening real time. You adjust real time.
You put a lot of pressure on some of the people who supplies things, and they you said I need them now, and they're saying, wait a second, that's more than you've bought in the last 4 years combined. You said, that's interesting. We want them in the next week, and here we go. And and then you got to get people up. And so I think all of us went through this experience that, sure, for all of us on the screen, we work from home. It's not the biggest deal. You suddenly take 15,000 call agents and have them work at home and then think about what they need. It was different. And the team did a fabulous job. Kathy Bassant's leadership and Andrea Smith and the team, they just did a fantastic job for us.
I see a lot of heads nodding. What are you thinking there?
Yeah, I would pick up on what Brian said. Clearly, it was a healthcare and is still a healthcare crisis with significant, obviously, economic sequela, if you will, that we're still dealing with. I think the one thing that's not different is that the disproportionate impact on communities of color, right? It's just that it's been out front and center. If you look at all the statistics that we know, people of color have died. The mortality rate has been up to 6 times greater than white America. You have 40-some-odd% of Black businesses that are shuttered now. Black workers are the only group that has unemployment rate above 10%. So I think that's what's not different. And I think what I've appreciated about the colleagues here that you're speaking today, and I think what makes Charlotte really different and unique, at least in my experience of being in many other cities, is just the CEOs in this area, and Brian leads a group called CELC, have really. It's not just about job creation and focusing on disproportionately affected communities of color, but it's also, we've all leaned in mass distribution I remember calling these Brian and Rick and some others saying, we really need to get masks in the hands of the people that need them, and they might not have access to them. I think within 24 hours we had commitments to 1 million masks, and then we doubled that working with the county to 2 million masks. So I think all the business leaders have leaned in and said, in order for us to really recover economically, we have to link arms on the health side. And I think, and specifically looking at those communities, rural communities as well. And that's been, I think, to me, that's what is going to be really sustainable going from here. Is those relationships, those partnerships that we've developed, they're not going to go away. We've all known each other now better than we've ever had before. We're spending more time with each other. And I think that really, as we look to these next few months and trying to get through this crisis that's still with us, so everybody's got to double down. But I think coming out of this, we're going to build sort of a new coalition that I think will strengthen all parts of the community better than going into this.
And Jean, I have to think that that's one of the, if there's silver lining, right? Like if there's a gift in anything, it is the spotlight that's been shined on just what you're describing, is some of these economic inequities. When you talk about racial, when you talk socioeconomic, and hearing you say that through this crisis, you have these groups that are linking arms to say, how do we come out of this, not just come out of this, but how do we come out of this better and more conscious and more aware than perhaps we were before? Is that fair?
Absolutely. And I think there's a common, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, I think everybody's saying we don't want that to be forgotten. And so this is about sustainable change. And I think you got the business community working with health systems, working with local government, state government. Really, it just feels different. I mean, let's check back 24 months from now and make sure that what we put in today really continues to bear fruit. And I think that's the accountability we all have, because you don't want things to get back to this next normal, and then 5 years from now we hit another bumper road and we're still talking about the same thing. So I think there is a fundamental, visceral, commitment to not do that. Yes. And I think that makes this time feel different.
So let's stay with that, Meg, if you don't mind. We hear Jean talk about the impact on underrepresented communities and their health. Can you talk a bit about the impact of this virus and the other issues that we're facing on food insecurity? Again, we're talking about the same groups that are impacted here.
Yep, we certainly are. And food insecurity during this time has gone up by 60%.
Wow.
And right here in Charlotte, we're seeing very similar trends. And 1 in 4 children in North Carolina are food insecure. And obviously with the closing of the schools, there was 1 or 2 meals a day that children could count on, parents could count on their children having, that went away. At the same time, the infrastructure around that to be able to provide some of these meals was as impacted as everyone else, meaning the social distancing. Many of the volunteers weren't able to volunteer. Many of the volunteers are high risk themselves. And so the whole infrastructure of the food banks was also impacted during this time. And actually during this time, 36% of the food pantries found themselves having to close at a certain point in time because there was no more food available. And so it is far-reaching, and it is the exact groups and underrepresented, in lower socioeconomic groups that have been impacted by this also. And many are finding themselves for the first time in their lives trying to figure out how to go about getting food. And what I would say to Jean's point, I think this is another area where Charlotte has banded together and worked arm in arm to be able to be there for our citizens who are most at need and most vulnerable during this time. So it has been a huge spike, and quite frankly will have a long tail on this and will continue to be higher than it was going into 2020.
We have to be better coming out. Go ahead, Sheen.
Could I ask you one question? You said we could talk to each other. Meg, I'm just curious. I was watching Jose Andres talk about that there should be a Secretary of Food as a cabinet level position. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't know if we need a Secretary of Food at a cabinet position, but I think having the understanding and appreciation for what is required for one of the richest countries in the world to help solve food insecurity in the U.S. is a great perspective to bring and to continue to have for our country.
So Rick, would love to hear from you. You've been a very obvious champion of upward mobility. We heard about that some in your bio with the various social impact programs that you've started. COVID has set, we saw numbers in the video, so many people back in terms of job displacement. And we're hearing the impacts. You're hearing food insecurity. What are the more effective actions that the business community must take to help speed up the recovery?
You know, Ross, if you look at the impact of COVID across industries, it's all over the place. If you're in hospitality, if you are in travel, it's been devastating. If you're in small business, restaurants, but there's a lot of industries that have actually done much better. A lot of industries around technology. The stock market is at an all-time high. And there's, the NASDAQ, which is the tech companies, are an all-time high. But what is uniform across the board is that, the lower quintile of our society has suffered a lot more than the rest of us. And what was already a massive divide, if anything, it's going to get worse and worse. And the problem with this, especially, impacts kids. One of my biggest worries coming out of this is that the kids in the public school system, especially in Title I schools, and we see it, are not getting, they're going to skip a year. They're going to miss a year. And, if they were already behind in reading and in math, the bulk of them are going to fall further behind. And I think that to me is, one of those long lasting impacts of COVID, because that will impact, not just the family structures, but all these kids for a lifetime. Absolutely. And we need to figure out a way to address that, and we need to figure out a way to address that locally. I think the federal government and the state government have a massive role to play, but I think the business community and the nonprofit community need to play a very, very active role. And I think, the CELC under Brian's leadership, I think, is taking a very active role in, everything from, reading all the way through kind of job preparation. But we probably can't do enough. And we can't turn a blind eye to this, because it's our responsibility to figure out a way to bring these kids back into kind of the flow.
So Roz, just what's sort of interesting historically about the issues is going back to the identification and the studies, the mobility studies, the Raj Chetty and John Friedman work, and the response of Charlotte originally, and then Rick and Jean and a group of us sort of taking that and figuring out what we can do about it in the business community was going on, and the cooperation of the Charlotte business community is tremendous in terms of doing this. I think it has to accelerate now because we created a bigger need. We had 40,000 or whatever the number was that we identified of 18 to 24-year-olds that didn't have the skills in Charlotte that they could have to get the job that would move them from one level of earnings power and career path to another. And Rick's been a leader doing and dedicating a large part of his life, and we all have programs. But what we tried to do is to consolidate that idea and really get after it in a unified way. That activity, which becomes even more needed after this thing, is actually a model which if I've been asked to speak to all over the country to different groups, and it was because frankly we got into it a little bit earlier because of what happened in that study and the reaction to that study and the need to do it. And so I think, I don't think the themes change. You got to get kids reading, you got to get them on grade, you got to get them trained well, middle school, expose to STEM, skills to jobs to programs, not programs to skills to jobs. You got to sit there and say, or jobs to skills to programs. Excuse me. What jobs do we have? Get the skills, and then get the programs to deliver them. And that's the attitude we've taken, as opposed to traditional charitable work is the other way around. Let me create a program. And I think Charlotte's been a leader in that. And this community should be very proud, because I on a new initiative called 110, I was asked to come present what this group of talented people do at the CELC to Ken Fraser and the group, to say, this is how we do it. And you have CEOs of some of the largest companies saying, oh my gosh, how can we do that in my community where we are the CEOs like this in another community? And we should be proud. That means we've got a lot of work ahead of us, but at least we have some frameworks and thought process in the connectivity of the business community with the government. I think it's really something special. So I think, this should be a horrible crisis to get the rest of the way through. We're at V-Day, I guess is what they're calling it, right, Gene? The vaccine is available.
Exactly.
And it'll be 6, 7, 9 months, a year, whatever it will be, the slug to get through the widespread dissemination, herd immunity. But out of that, this community, I think, has some special things that they can't forget, that they can leverage on, that are already up and running and already moving. And now we got to hit it, go twice as fast.
We used the word hope before. That's what I hear when I hear you, Brian, is hope, knowing that we're not starting from ground zero. We may have to accelerate some of the work that we're doing. And as we heard the other panelists say, we can't forget what we saw and what we learned in this crisis as we come out of it, so we don't come back to the same place. So we can address it and move forward quickly and be better prepared for whatever comes next.
And I think it's a great, for lack of a better term, branding opportunity for this large, well-branded business, government, cooperative community. It is a great continual branding of it if it can continue to show that it could come together and solve these problems. And if they don't, it's a different question. But if we do, I think it's a great branding opportunity, given what other communities are going through that may have not had quite the things to deal with we did.
Hey, Russ, just to add something to that hope statement, doing this work in the community now for 7 years, what we've realized is that hope has an expiration date, and that these kids at some point in their journey kind of give up. And, at a minimum, we got to find ways to extend that expiration date, and our goal should be to make it, go away. Our kids don't have expiration dates in their hope. And no kid in our country should have expiration day in their hope. And that has to be what kind of drives us to do this. Charlotte is both big enough and small enough, but more importantly, caring enough, that I think what Brian is saying is that we can be a model of what it's like to come together again with government and with kind of the nonprofit community. We have to take advantage of this crisis to come out much stronger than we were going into it. And that has to be our commitment as leaders, but also as a community.
And I had to piggyback on that, I had a chance to speak to 50 of the kids that Rick is talking about last week in the Road to Hire program. And he told me, he said, this is going to be the best day of your week. He was wrong. It was the best day of my month. And if you saw these, I was telling them the questions that they were asking were extraordinarily tough. I mean, they came prepared. And just if everybody had a chance to interact with these kids, they're extraordinarily bright. They just haven't had the little hand up to get them to the other side. I think that's the work. It's a hard program. There's no give me's in this program. They have to dedicate themselves. But I think we all would have that sense of urgency to say, were it not for these types of programs, these kids would get lost. So I agree in terms of the expiration date. So to Brian's point too, there's a sense we have to double down on these programs and really, really work to make Charlotte a model for that. And I think we've got the right people around the table to make that happen.
We can't lose those kids. I hear you talk about them and just how bright they are, and we can't lose them. Rick, we have to figure out how to extend that expiration date. We owe it to them. Meg, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to underscore something that Rick said, and it's really about Charlotte. Charlotte's big enough, Charlotte's small enough, and Charlotte's caring enough. And for me, that it's that combination that enables us to be different, and to be able to be as nimble and as agile as these folks are talking about to make a difference. So I do think Charlotte is a special place because of that caring element.
I want to come back and talk a bit about Charlotte and what makes it special. But before I do, I want to go to a topic that is typically off limits, which is politics. It just feels too important and too timely not to address it today. So I'd love to have a conversation, have you have a conversation amongst yourselves about how this current political situation, let's say, or the change in the administration affects our business conditions broadly and specifically here with your businesses.
Well, I'll start and let the others try to think of what they're going to say to keep telling. I always start when I get asked about the election that I've been CEO now through, I guess, 3 or 4 elections. So I get asked a lot about, oh my God, what's going to happen? This is going to happen, this is going to happen. You travel in the world and the 16 election, no different than the other ones. And I always say, we've been through a lot of tough elections. That one in 1800 was really tough, and they made a musical about it. And a lot of people, and we'll be here in the next one. And that's the thing. All these companies, these great companies that are represented here, great enterprises that are represented here, are going to be here. And so politics will come and go. The question is, and this is what I firmly believe, is if we're going to make progress on these deep issues, capitalism has to drive it. Companies have to drive it. And then they got to work with everybody to make it happen. And without it, there's just not enough money and innovation and talent. You wouldn't have this vaccine unless you had these very driven companies saying there's an opportunity. Now we got to channel capitalism. We got to aim it at the right place. We got to make sure it's serving all. Got to make sure it does it. So I think we shouldn't get so reliant. If you think about just broadly in politics, what's going to, if the rest of the world's going to come at a Biden administration with a lot more engagement. There's going to be a lot more focus on the environment. John Kerry's already put into a effectively a cabinet level position on an environment. There's going to be a lot more discussion about the immigration issue to try to reconcile them. That's going to happen. Trade's going to have a different tone, except there's still difficulties in a place like China. But those are all the issues of the day, in a way that they'll go on and be issues. And so I think the key is that businesses just have to adopt, and then businesses have to have a way to help and not dependent upon A in office or B in office, because that will change every so often. And I think that's, what I don't know, maybe I'm just getting old and curmudgeonly, but after being around business for 30 some years, you realize I'm through 4 leaders in this country, 5 leaders in that country, 2 leaders. Only Merkel's the only one that's been around. And realize that you have to just adapt and go on. So I think people over accentuate that change. What we have to do is stick to what makes us good: clients, teammates, shareholders, communities, and drive at it, and then it'll take care of itself.
Yeah, I just have a very similar thought as Brian. We've been here through lots of different administrations, and we need to be very cognizant of that. And at the end of the day, we need to focus on driving our commercial aspects of our business, because that's how we can do the best to set our company and our country up for success. So we'll be here through the next one too.
Yeah, similar feelings. I happen to be the incoming board chair of the Federal Reserve of Richmond in a couple of weeks, and Brian has helped me sort of learn the lingo. But so I always think about it. We just talked about how Charlotte works well together, the business community with the city government and with health systems. I always look to how that's going to look in the DC level, and if you look at some of the early picks, with Yellen, I think, I like the fact that she's both focused on those who are struggling, and she's been very clear about that. Pay as much attention to unemployment as to inflation when she was chair. But she also, from a Wall Street perspective, she's pro-growth and things of that nature. So she's got a good balance that I think is helpful. And then I look at the Surgeon General, who the nominee, Dr. Vivek Murthy, and he's this is not his first rodeo. And I like the fact that he's saying that we've got to take. We have to have the precision of a scalpel, not of the force of an axe, in terms of how we deal with these next 3 to 6 months to a year. So I like that they're going to be the folks that at least have been named seem like in the areas that would affect sort of our day-to-day thoughtful individuals that hopefully we can work with.
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, Russ, just since I'm not a public company CEO, I can probably get closer to the line here. I personally, I think that a divided government is a good thing. I think we got to return to a place of compromise, of really talking with each other. And this is not pro-Democrat or pro-Republican. You know, I think what I'm hoping is that the pendulum swings, and these are pendulums. And like Brian said, they've swung, you know, back and forth for, centuries here.
Yeah.
And, I think we as a country need to tackle some real issues around, the environment, around race, around inequality, and around things. And hopefully the spirit of compromise of having a divided government forces us into action. But make no mistake, no matter who the government is, as long as we have the American spirit of innovation, the American spirit of we can get this done, we can be so much better. But yet I'd rather be nowhere else than here. So, and for all of us who travel around the world, it's always good to come home. We just have so much more potential than we are, kind of displaying today.
I completely agree. So Rick, you talk, please.
All that you mentioned earlier this work we've done on metrics about capitalism. So those start with the Sustainable Development Goals the UN developed in 2015. So 195 countries said this is what fair, sustainable development is. And so the problem is we had no way to judge whether any of the companies here and any company, because these don't really mean you have to be a public company, are they running their business consistent with it? So it's not only, it's all constituencies, all stakeholders, customers, customers, teammates, shareholders, and communities. And so what we said is let's develop a set of metrics so you can see companies making progress. And big companies will adopt it, hopefully. And there's a lot of metrics out there. This is a straightforward 21 metrics. You make progress on these, and people can be proud to do business with you, work with you, invest in you, and the community can support this. But that's how you start to align capital, to ensure that capitalism stays aligned, and also, show people that it can, to Rick's point, it can help solve these problems if you aim it the right place. It doesn't mean you have to change systems, because you can go around the world and observe that isn't going to work very well. So I think that's what you try to get people to do is we are willing to hold ourselves accountable as industry to help, but we need to, and we're going to take action and drive it, but we need as a supportive society to allow us to keep going. And so, programs Rick's developed that are spectacular, and we're trying to scale and help provide it. We need the society's help to help us push them through, and capacity and some accommodations here to move faster, get the kids so they can do it at school as opposed to having to take transportation somewhere. These are things that society can help, and then hold us accountable to help deliver the goods.
I love that idea, Brian. You talk about the metrics and just the importance of transparency, right? And tell me if you guys disagree, but I find that more now than ever, employees and customers, they want to know who you are. They want to understand what this company stands for and what's important to you. And they're aligning both with the business priorities and with the social priorities. And we're seeing that even more so now than before. So what you're describing is important. There is an expectation that you are part of the solution and not just sitting in an office focused only on the business, but this is the business. The community is part of what we're all responsible for. Rick, I want to go back to something you talked about you said how we have to continue to tackle the race and equality issues. I want to sit there for a minute, thinking about the challenges that our country is facing right now with just that, with inequalities, racial, social inequalities. I'd love to hear from you about what you, as leaders, how you've responded and what your companies have done during this time, and perhaps even more important, as we talk about moving forward, what should we be doing? Like what comes next? We keep talking about coming out of this better than we went in. What are you and your companies doing, and how do we make sure we come out of this better?
Ross, the first time I came back into our campus, and this is, my fourth time actually, it came in, right on the heels of the George Floyd crisis.
Yeah.
And I came in, I did an all-employee meeting, and I was here by myself. And, I stood up and I apologized to all our Black and people of color employees, because we had not done anything to be a part of the racism, but we have been complicit in our quietness. Mm. We have been complicit in our not standing up for injustice. And I meant it when I said, we run our company by a series of beliefs. Some other companies have values, some other companies have other metrics. In our beliefs, we had not touched for 9 years. We added a belief that I'm reading out in the wall right now, which is, we believe in being the change we wish to see in the world. And we made a massive commitment, not just to change us, but to stand up for others. And like many other companies that are more mature, in many of them, all the three CEOs here probably are further along, but it was really neat. I just saw some data last year. About 33% of our hires have been people of color. This year, we're at 49% in the last quarter. Our female ratio has gone from low 50s to high 50s. Like we have set up a whole group around D&I. We have made every one of our leaders accountable and responsible for it. But judge us in 5 to 10 years. If I go and really take, bring diversity here by taking it from somebody else, I'm not really helping society. I'm helping us. I may be helping our inclusion. I may be helping people belonging. But if we really want to make a difference, we got to go into the community and get people into the pipeline. So 5, 10, 15 years from now, the talent pool looks very different. And that's really our commitment. And if I want to be judged by something when I someday kind of retire, is did we live up to our word to be that change we want to see?
When you and I spoke, you talked about accountability and intentionality. That's what I'm hearing you say. The differences and the percentages that you've mentioned and the growth you've mentioned, that doesn't happen because you wish it. It happens because you're intentional and you act toward it.
And you know this very well, but there's so many biases in our recruiting process, in our review process. There's so many unintentional things we do that really create separation. So we've gone and reviewed everything, and I'm sure we're still making a million mistakes, and we're always going to make them, but we're not going to rest. We want to be a company where everybody, no matter, feels like they belong here.
I think that with a large company that has been in an industry which started bringing diversity and inclusion into it a good bit of time ago, just because of who banks are in the community and reflection, and frankly, the outside inspection of banks has always been higher than other industries, just because of who they serve and how they serve. But I think of it sort of structurally. One is how you run your company, to Rick's point. Your hiring, your accountability across the board, your promotions, we built a program. We said we'd hire 10,000 teammates from low and moderate income neighborhoods over 5 years to work and to come into career path jobs in our branch system, going to the point that we were talking about earlier about career path. Every job in our company starts at $20 an hour. So everybody's $42,000 a year plus full benefits. And so it's a great starting job, and it leads to career. So we said do 10,000 in 5 years. We did it in 3 years. And so if you look at our recruited classes, the statistics would be like Rick said, 40% people of color and things. So we've been building that, and we measure in the 8 layers in our company. We measure the diversity across every dimension of each layer, and each business review has it. So you have to how you run the company. The question then is, what was different about the crisis that came up was the fear, the lack of trust, all these issues that had been percolating back just came to the fore. And so when we responded to this, to the George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, in that period of time, we responded on 3 dimensions. You denounced racism, but that's a dimension that's straightforward, and that everybody denounces racism. The second thing we did is we had a courageous conversations platform in our company, which was pretty unique in that people would just have conversations about things that at work that we had a group that came in and helped us build it over the last 5 years. So we gave a contribution to the Smithsonian, and Lonnie Bunch, who runs the whole Smithsonian now, used to run the National Museum of African American History and Culture, to create an endowment so it wouldn't be a Bank of America program. We said, here's the money, go get going, and then you can raise more money into it, to create a national platform of courageous conversations. And the African American History Museum is up and has an operational basis, because in the thousands of response I got from my teammates, the most common single thread, once you got by the obvious first thing, which is this is, what are we going to do? This is horrible, was I wish people could have conversations like we have at work, outside at work. And so we said, okay. Then the third was, I think it's this question of economic mobility and providing opportunity for everybody and being true to it. And that's where we did the $1 billion program and announced it within a week or so. And it has the 4 elements. And you're going to hear this is a lot like the opportunity platform and the work we're doing, which was healthcare, housing, small business and business entrepreneurship and then job skills and training. I mean, it's no different, and it was built a lot informed by my learnings through the working with our colleagues at the CLC and elsewhere, and the learnings that came out of the opportunity set. And so we're into it. We own 5% of 15 of the MBIs in the country now. We basically made 5% investments in them. We have 200 million that's going to go into equity. For a guy like Rick, 20 years ago, I don't know exactly when, 10, 15 years ago, who was probably everybody's tired of hearing talk to him about at every Thanksgiving event because he needed money to keep his company going. And we're saying they shouldn't have to. We need to get more money into Hispanic and Black entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs locally. So through our market presidents like Charles and we're going to deploy 200 million in equity. And it's something we've never done. Do we lend? We lend tons of money, but the idea is we'll put equity at work, so working with funds, including in Charlotte, to build it. And then healthcare. It's we started into the mass thing, and so what Gene and brought to our attention, Charlotte, we said, this has got to be true everywhere. I think we're 20 million new masks, and since the first 5 we did, which is really to hospitals and stuff, 20 million masks going to community centers to not make a choice between food and a mask, or something else can a mask. Here's a mask, and so you saw that, and it was based on Gene and his colleagues in Charlotte that showed that they were getting massive drops in positivity rates in places where they were distributing masks. So we went after it, and so we had the 3 pillars: denounce racism, get the conversation going outside the company and inside the company. We've had 160,000 people participate in a courageous conversation inside our company, and then third element was this $1 billion program, which was really trying to scale, frankly, some of the stuff that we'd learned from these people, these colleagues of mine over the last few years that in Charlotte, when I could just see them, we all sort of got our eyes open that you can solve this as a business question. Now, can we bring it across 90 some markets we serve in the United States? And that's what we did. And the people are behind us. Just had our diversity, this morning we had our diversity inclusion awards for our company, which have been going on. So we had 2,000 nominees. They get 160 of them get awarded, volunteer awards in a year, which volunteerism is interesting and hard. And the teammates were just on, they're just so good about responding. But we got to give them the platforms. We got to give them the money. Got to give them the support. And so it's pretty neat.
I still hear that theme of intentionality with you, Brian, and I'm really encouraged when you talk about the courageous conversations, and you mentioned your eyes being open. I think if we're honest, and you guys tell me if I'm off here, we've all learned something through the conversations that have been happening around this topic. I'm a Black woman. I've learned so much. I know about my experience, but being willing to listen without judgment to other people's experience, and then saying, based on that, not what I thought I knew, but what I now understand, without worrying about self, and say, based on that body of information, now what? And how do I add intentionality, accountability to the work, knowing what I now know?
We remember in the community, unfortunately, we had the incident in Charlotte, probably 4 or 5 years ago. I'm trying to think exactly what had, and that shocked all of us, and the reaction to it. So this was not something, unfortunately, something we were familiar with, and the response and the things. So I think the way Charlotte, because of that, the opportunity study all sort of hitting at the same time, we had our eyes open to some of the stuff that needed to get going. And then the rest of the world caught up to us in 2020 when you saw other shootings that went on, and also the dislocation around the virus, and then the economic, the K recovery, the other words people use. I think it was Charlotte was in some respects, unfortunately, but I think fortunate because they got into it. These issues were on the table already.
And Raj, you said something also to piggyback on what Brian said about listening. We've also had those courageous conversations internally. What I found myself for the first time in my career is actually sharing my own personal experiences with the racism growing up. And I've typically kept that separate, but it seemed like it helps open up the conversation. And so I found myself doing that more often, and we've had thousands of conversations, including, obviously some of our white colleagues saying, I've never, until college, I didn't interact with somebody who didn't look like me. So I have good intentions. I'm trying to do the right thing. If I mess up, please know it's not coming from a good place. So we've had those kind of conversations too. The thing that we're realizing also is we continue to improve our listening into the community. We've been dealing with racial and social disparities and what we call the social determinants of health for many years. But last month we had a community conversation with leaders from West Boulevard, and they were saying that we were in a pandemic before this pandemic hit. And so when we're talking about what's next, what we're realizing is we got to start by asking the community, what do you need? And that's the conversation. So we've like all my colleagues on this panel, we've leaned into affordable housing, food insecurity, job creation. But I think the question is, what else do you need? How do you need it? Where do you need it? And so I think that's we're going to continue to engage in listening and make sure our plans are tailored to what we're hearing. And in fact, in the middle of this, my board chair, Ed Brown, and myself decided to co-chair a new committee of the board called Social Impact to look at what everything has been said, make sure that, and I like what Rick said is 5 years from now, hold us accountable to what we're saying we're doing now. And so, but this is a board level conversation that's holding management accountable throughout the organization. So whether how we do our quality studies and how we engage with internal upward mobility, not just external, all of that, it's been part of our DNA, but our mission is health, hope, and healing for all. And we're saying, what's the next version of For All? What's For All 2.0, 3.0? And that's really what we're actively engaged in.
Meg, I know Food Lion, you've been pretty public in your stance here, and you've been recognized with various awards even before 2020 for your work in D&I. I'd love to talk more about that. And you told me a pretty cool story that I'd love for you to share.
Yeah, just given who we are and where we are, this has been a long journey for us and really important to our organization, diversity and inclusion. And going back, it was much more around diversity, and then realized diversity without inclusion isn't helping anyone. And so we've been on this journey for quite a while. We've had these courageous conversations before May of this year. But I would say something that was very different in May in June with the conversations we had was the level of emotion that was present, and being able to share that emotion, I think gave some extra accountability to everyone who was in those conversations about making a difference. And appreciate Bank of America for their $1 billion, and we focus more on our towns and cities and really getting close to our communities and really partnering locally with our communities to make a difference inside of those, and have deep and long partnerships across our 10-state footprint to make those differences. So I would say that is the piece, the emotion, and to Rick's point, 5 years from now, this better be different, because we've been hearing ourselves saying some of these same things. So I think the level of accountability around that is very different. And it is and has been a very emotional time. But the story that I told Roz was the Saturday morning after George Floyd's shooting. We had known all across our marketplace areas that were planning protests and having looting and rioting, and we were prepared, and we ensured that we had our associates that had been safe. And because it's a local Charlotte story, I can share it, although there are many across our organization. Our Beatty's Ford Road store was looted, and everyone was safe, and we had a great partnership with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. And the next morning, just how we came together as an organization for that store, and hearing the stories and seeing the pictures was pretty incredible, because at 7 o'clock in the morning, we were seeing pictures of our associates in uniform with masks on inside of our store with sister store help from all over, cleaning up the glass inside of our store, but getting ready to serve the Beatties Ford community. We were open by 11:20, I believe it was, that morning. But we also were outside cleaning up our parking lot where customers, neighbors came to the parking lot and shared with us. They picked up a broom and said, "We want to help you clean up this store, and we want you to know that this is our Food Lion, and these were not people from our neighborhood. We appreciate you being here and being open." So for me, that's the key to it. Every single store that we have, and we have 1,030 of them, they serve a community. We serve our neighbors, and our role is to have every single customer who comes in our store feel welcome and feel like they belong inside of our store. And I just think how we came together, how the customers and the neighbors and the store, all one, came together in that moment was incredibly moving for our organization. And it was shared widely. And I think that it's who we are, and we know we have to do better and do more. So that's my story.
That's a great story. Thank you all. I want to thank you just for your honesty and your vulnerability on that topic, and even more importantly, for leaning in and being leaders on this topic at this time. It matters, and know that it's appreciated. Brian, I want to go back to something you talked about earlier on how quickly you've had to adapt, right? Sure, we don't normally ask for this many so quickly, but here's what we need, and we need it by next week. Can you all talk a little about what your company has learned during this time? Maybe about how you operate, maybe with the nimbleness with which we move, but what have you learned during this time that you will carry with you and strengthen your company, strengthen this business as we move forward?
Well, I think the number one thing we learned is that we have a lot of talented teammates who do a great job, and they were able to do unbelievable things, which just makes you proud. But when you sort of think about, the question of, work from home, work from office, that gets talked about a lot. These are trends that were going on, and that's why I always back up. And if you think about the trends that were going on in a business like ours, it was all about digitization, and whether it's, data, artificial intelligence, the networks to move that data and secure the analytics that sit on top of it, voice recognition like Erica, which has 16, 17 million people you can talk to. There's 100 systems behind that. You had to create a language, because if you asked what's my balance, you could have gotten a yoga class invitation, if you just asked Google. So we had to go out and create a special language for financial services. But all these things were going along. What's happened is you change customer behavior. Yeah. And so, you change customer behavior instantaneously. So, in the second and third quarter, 20 to 30% of people who, took their phone and deposited a check had never done it before. And so you brought cohorts into the move that were changing. And that's the question we have. And I think, we, in every aspect. So I think the real question will be, everybody's focused on, will people come to office stuff? People come back to the office. Meg was talking about it earlier. Everyone wants to see each other. In the social part of work, the community part of work is a critical element. The culture you build out, a critical element. Does that mean people might work differently days and stuff, especially in New York City or something, and with a commute, hour and a half, 2 hours? I think it's opened people's eyes that maybe they could, as I say, they could go to New Jersey, where, Jersey City, which is just opposite, one path, train over, that people thought we were sending them to Siberia when we said you can go work there instead of Midtown. And, they'll probably accept that 2 or 3 days a week. So I think it'll change that. But the real change will be the acceleration of the customer's behavior. Yes. And our knowledge that it's reliable and it works. And I'd even say in our benefits, and I'll let the expert Gene talk about this, one of the big issues on mental health that we've been working on for the last few years, we've been deploying, is capacity. And it's just a huge capacity. We did unlimited, phone visits and stuff. This teledoc capability in an area like that, which is different than a cardiologist, you got to put the EKG straps on the person and do the work. it expands pretty dramatically. It's going to challenge a question of state level regulation of mental health providers, and should you go to national level so that everybody could take advantage of the the ability to access all the resources in the country for that very important thing. These are the interesting things coming out as a major, as a person spends $2 billion, our company spends $2 billion a year in healthcare costs. We're sitting there going to say, we're going to push on some of the delivery structures for Gene and his colleagues in the industry. So even not only how we operate our company, but how we're going to ask people to provide services to our company is going to change. But I don't think these trends are anything new. These are it's just
accelerated.
The pace is acceleration, and the combination might be different. But I don't think it's like, people bought online, but people are spending, in stores too. You wait to see what's happening now. Go to a mall now. It's crowded because people need to get something between now and a holiday, and it can't get there any other way. And so suddenly you're seeing the volumes go through the roof in retail again now at the store. People came to make stores every day, and bought. So I think those changes are maybe overstated, but the accelerate was naturally happening. You brought new people to places they haven't been, that then allow you to work with them to the next place they want to go. And I think then how our teammates operate together has hugely changed.
For sure. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a great crucible for innovation, right? This past year, and we learned a couple things. One is just that you get the right people, as Brian said, around the table. Things that you thought would take 9 months to do, you can do in a matter of a week. On the front end of this, part of our challenge was we have these big call centers, and people were calling in, as you can imagine, in March saying, do I have this? And this is what and the CDC was updating its guidance sort of on a moment-to-moment basis. So, working with Microsoft, we had this health bot essentially that really was changing, and we had millions of people that have really accessed that point. And then if there was an issue, we connect them directly with a caregiver. We really didn't have that front end before. Now that will continue going forward. And I think this community will remember, in the heat of it, we were wondering whether we needed to build field hospitals and things of that nature. And so we were exploring every single opportunity, but then we realized, well, what if we converted your home to a hospital bed? And so if you would ask me in February whether at this point we've treated 30,000 patients in home that otherwise we would have had in the hospital, it just would not have been conceivable. And so I think a lot of these new ways of thinking, deconstructing sort of old ways of making decisions, this idea of team of teams, which you can't operate in a hierarchical manner with things changing as quickly as possible. So we kind of changed our decision making processes as well, that I think will continue going forward.
Yeah, I would just underscore this was an acceleration of trends that were already there. I think the trends will continue to accelerate, but really how much we got done in a very short amount of time, and what red tape we put aside, and it just really, the learning shows the power of focus, I think, and the power of culture, knowing what you are out to create and having a team environment to be able to create it. I just think those are lasting impacts from this as we move forward, and understanding the power of focus, and we can do things pretty darn quickly when we put our minds to it. It would be something that we carry forward.
The only thing I would add, and I think Brian is right, what happened is with the digitization of everything, we just pull the future forward, 5-10 years in so many industries. And if you think about it, we were lucky in that the infrastructure and broadband, the infrastructure on computational power, and a lot of things, logistics, was in place. If this happens 5 years ago, we will be having a very different conversation, because we would have not been able to kind of pivot in so many directions. So it was the human that was slowing down a lot of the evolution, and I think this is a force multiplier on the humans. One element that I think it's worth mentioning, I don't think this world of hybrid and physical, are we going back to a physical world from a virtual world? I think we're going to live in a hybrid world. I think our employees, our consumers, everybody's going to want to live in a hybrid world, and those who want to hold on to the past, I think are going to kind of be left behind. And those who are going to move too quickly to, assume that the humans don't want interactions are also going to overshoot the runway. So how does that play out in everything we do, especially in how we handle our employees? And I think there's a lot of reimagination of things that we're going to uncover for years to come.
But I think just going back to where government has to play a major role, and Rick touched on, is the need to enable the infrastructure to move faster. Everybody talks about 5G deployment or this deployment, and then at the same time, Gene mentioned it in the last phrase, is for all. The issue is we also have to have it for all. And so the competing concerns of that, again, the social determinants of lack of broadband access were put on the table in this crisis. Just like the social determinants of health, we saw a lot of it. These are concepts that were going on, and then you just saw it hit. Which when we were running around saying, how can we get these kids enabled to be able to do the schooling that they could do, and as a group, and where can we help? But government's role to help us really get that infrastructure moving in the places that wealthy can afford it, and then secondly, how do we make sure the places that aren't as wealthy can afford it with it to get it done too? It's really critical because it'll enable people to move faster, and that's otherwise we'll see this divide really start to take place. It'll get worse because, to Rick's point, 5 years ago the world wasn't ready for it. Now they're ready, and now they can see, and now
that's right.
The crank turns.
So y'all, I promised to come back to talk about Charlotte before we wrap up. So I do want to make sure we have a chance to go there. It's pretty amazing. We've talked a lot about the various challenges that the world, that Charlotte, that everyone is facing right now. However, even in the midst of all of this Charlotte region is still at a very attractive place where we're seeing businesses grow, expand, and invest. Even now, this summer, Centene announced a $1 billion with a B. $1 billion investment in Charlotte that could bring as many as 6,000 jobs. We're still growing. There's still opportunity here. Rick, when we were talking last week, we talked about how people are still looking to move to Charlotte. Gene, we talked about this, and one of you said Charlotte has the opportunity to be the city that the rest of the country looks up to. So people are moving to Charlotte. Even now, you're seeing folks from New York and other areas, even more so. In fact, again, not a new trend, but an accelerated trend, move to Charlotte. If we can be the city that the rest of the country is looking up to, what's it going to take? Is there anything different, anything faster that we need to do to make sure we're capitalizing on this unique moment?
Well, again, you said it exactly right. We're still attracting, and obviously in the healthcare field, we're attracting top-notch physicians from all over the country in this moment coming here. Sometimes, some of the regions of the country that were harder hit, they're trying to escape there and come here, and we'll gladly welcome them. I think the one thing that we're very excited about is this partnership that you mentioned with Wake, where we're bringing a medical school to Charlotte. We're one of the largest health cities in the country that doesn't have a medical school, and we'll be building an innovation district around that. So, simulation labs and research and scientists. I think that's, and we believe here in the next at least 2 decades, we can bring another 20,000 jobs to Charlotte in this region. What will be different, though, is and it's been particularly obviously front and center. We don't have enough life science type jobs in Charlotte. So I think our focus is going to be, it'd be great to have a Pfizer or a Moderna come and want to bring some folks here as well. So we're intending to create sort of this workforce of the future with respect to life sciences, and I think that's something that we believe we're going to be working with our colleagues to sort of as Charlotte continues to lead the way.
Russ, I believe that when kids coming out of college ask, where should I go work? I said one of the 3 criteria should be you should go to a company that is part of the future, not part of the past. It should be a company that, not only is the company growing so you get more opportunities that you otherwise would, but a company that is in the future. I think we as a city need to apply that same rigor and model. I think what Gene is doing by opening a medical school here is, an example of what that is going to unleash. And it's just what, new things will happen in Charlotte. We as a city probably need to lean in more. The announcements over the weekend of, Oracle moving, all these tech companies moving out of out of California, we should be getting our fair share of those technology companies here. I think we're that kind of city, like Austin, like Denver, that can bring jobs to the future so that we can train our youth to work in those companies. Because, you know, I think we need to make sure that this is kind of a supply and demand thing. And that's something that, you know, I think we have a very pro-business leadership in our city, but we probably need to support them in getting new industries here as well.
I think my colleagues have spoken well. The communities has a great relationship between business and government to get stuff done. I think you've got some we've got some exciting initiatives going on, you know, that are, you know, what Gene's going to do, which is a multi-year and that, you know, work, which is constantly swims forward, which is tremendous. And then, you know, the growth companies like Rick's company, and then the infrastructure that we and Meg provide are critical. But I think we can't take for granted the issues to solve some of these issues in the background and make sure that when you're 50 out of 50 on economic mobility, that isn't a brand enhancing thing. I'd hear about the reference to us in settings that had nothing to do with us. You know, I'd be in some setting someplace and they'd be pointing out, we did this work in Charlotte, it was 50 out of 50. And you're like, that's not the brand you want in front of a bunch of CEOs, you know, in some meeting where they're learning about what the study is about. And suddenly, so we got to tackle some of these problems and make sure we're doing it. And that's the thing is the Opportunity Task Force did the work. They laid it on the table. This is what you have. I don't think it's changed in the current environment. The issues I think are understood, and we just got to go after them as a business community and a governmental community supporting each other to make it work. Because when you get down to the straightforward thing, in the end of the day, the ability to commute, the ability to find great jobs, the ability to find growth companies, the ability, you know, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg region has it over 99% of the people out there. So they don't have to, they can go in with the chin up and pride that people should want to come there. Then they need us to provide enough architecture to help. But all importantly, we have to nurture what we have to keep it growing in the right direction. And I think you're seeing, you know, between the four companies here, 4 different examples of what nurturing is, right? An independent, big public-owned company, Red Ventures, which is a growth company, Gene, which is a major hospital, is making great things, Mega, which is a subsidiary of a company but has the ability to consolidate with a group, I'm sure, if, you know, in an industry which is going to consolidate. And, you know, that's what you need, these anchors that some of us that anchors will, these new companies, as Rick said, come to the fore. But don't forget, we do have to solve some of these issues, or at least keep working on them to keep that brand going in the right direction. And there's never a better time for it, because when you can drive 10 minutes on surface roads to get to uptown to work, that is a hell of an advertisement compared to what a lot of cities had to put on the table.
Yeah, for me, what I would say is we have all the ingredients to attract folks, and now we need to have accountability in what we know we need to do, as Brian talked about, to be able to fulfill on all elements of quality of life, because Charlotte does have all of their great high-level features, and we need to work on really diligently on the infrastructure that we know and has been put in front of us. So lots of work to do, but there's lots of upside to have as well.
Couldn't agree more. That's incredible. You all are incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are so fortunate here in Charlotte just to have you all here, living here, investing in, believing in our community, helping to grow our community. So thank you. And thank you to all of our attendees. We're glad you were able to join and to be a part of this fantastic conversation, soak up all the goodness that you heard here. We told you that we weren't going to skip a beat with this being virtual. Also want to say thank you to the Charlotte Alliance for making this happen. I don't know where else you could go and listen in on some of the top business leaders who are literally driving the change to be a part of that conversation. So we thank you to the Alliance. Before we continue the agenda, we are going to take a 5-minute intermission just so you can catch your breath after all of this. Please enjoy a musical interlude by the Jazz Arts Charlotte. There's a countdown on your screen right about now. So we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Rose. Great job.
Thank you, Rose. Great job.
Welcome back. I think we can all agree that conversation was one we won't forget. Thank you again to our CEOs for all you're doing in your businesses and for our community. And Rosalind did an outstanding job moderating the conversation. You've heard perspectives on COVID-19, racial equity. Sorry, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay. You've heard perspectives on COVID-19, racial equity, the election, business, our community, and the world at large from some of our region's top business leaders. Finding ways to adapt, overcome, and move forward have proven necessary in these remarkable times. A humanitarian's goal is to save lives, relieve suffering, and maintain human dignity. They create a vision that strategically involves everyone in making it a reality. In times of crisis, they are easy to spot. They don't panic and they don't shut down. Instead, they turn their into serving others. They open up to people and develop an action plan to move forward together. There aren't many who fit this description, but when you witness these people in action, you know you've met someone extraordinary. Dr. Ophelia Garman Brown is all of this and more. And it's now my great honor and pleasure to recognize her as our 2020 Citizen of the Carolinas. Please watch now as we learn more about Dr. Garman Brown and the legacy impact she's made on our region.
Wow. My sister,
Dr. OGB, as I affectionately call her.
She's a beautiful person.
A person like Dr. Garman Brown only comes around, in my view, once in a lifetime, if not, once every generation.
She's a physician healer. She's a minister healing souls. She is an advocate for the community. And all of her activities really centers around healing not just individuals, but healing communities, populations, and society.
People are really the lifeblood that propels Ophelia.
She's just one who has that discerning spirit that can truly tell when someone is in need, and she does not hesitate to take care of whatever that need is for someone else.
In Greek, her name actually translates to mean help. And that's what she's been about all her life.
I think she's here to remind us all that we have an accountability to each other.
It's truly to make sure that all people are seen.
She starts with those that are in the community that are least among us when it comes to either access, when it comes to access to capital, when it comes to social capital.
The impact that she's had on so many people and so many generations of lifting them up, of helping them thrive, I think is with us for generations.
So when I think about the Citizens of the Carolinas Award, I mean, the essence of that award is really someone that's had an impact in the community that they're in or the impact on the state. I don't think we'll ever talk about upward mobility again without understanding the impact that Dr. Garman Brown has brought to the conversation.
For someone who has, in my mind, has not sought the public notoriety, she has touched so many people.
Dr. OGB is uncomfortable about a number of honors that she's received and deserving of. And that just tells you who she is as a person, foundational.
Charlotte is a better community. North Carolina is a better state because of some of the things that she has done. The country is probably a better country because of Dr. Garman Brown and what she inspires in other people across the country.
Really could not think of anyone I've interacted with that's more deserving in this community than Ophelia.
I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for being courageous and stepping out and leading during a time when individuals may not have been as receptive to the message.
You made a huge impact on my life, and so I want to just thank you for that.
You were brought to us, you were created by your maker to make an impact.
We are a better community and a better people for the work that you've done.
I just want her to know how proud I am of her and all of the great work that she's done to help so many.
Ophelia, Eugenia Garner Brown. I just want to say, as your sister, I am just so very proud of you. I thank God for you every single day. And I love you so very, very much. Thank you, baby.
What a great video to introduce today's honoree. Hi everyone, I'm Stephen DeMay, North Carolina President for Duke Energy. As you can see, Dr. Garmin Brown is a true hero in our community, and it is my honor to present the 2020 Citizen of the Carolinas Award in recognition of her many contributions. This is CBRA's highest award and is bestowed on leaders for their work and acts of service in making this region a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Dr. Garmin Brown has spent her life and her career generously giving of herself to the needs of others. And as a leader in our community, she works tirelessly for the underserved and is a staunch advocate for equal opportunity for everyone. She currently serves as Chief Community Health and Wellness Officer at Novant Health, and as a family physician, she touches the lives of thousands of people. She is co-founder of the Charlotte Community Health Clinic, a free clinic for the poor and uninsured, and co-chairs the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Opportunity Task Force. In addition to service here in our community, Dr. Garmin Brown has cared for those in need in places all around the world, from setting up a mini healthcare clinic in Kenya to medical mission work in places like Uganda, South Africa, Guyana, and Jamaica. Not surprisingly, Dr. Garmin Brown requested that the money tied to this award be given instead to the community. This money has been donated to the Novant Health Foundation, and today we are presenting her with this certificate. Doctor, I'm going to hand it through the screen to you. Duke Energy couldn't be more proud to sponsor this afternoon's recognition of Dr. Garmin Brown as the 2020 Citizen of the Carolinas. Thank you for your incredible service to the Charlotte region, Dr. OGB. Please join me, everyone, in thanking her as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jennifer, for considering me in this huge honor. I am totally and sincerely grateful. Thank you, Stephen, and Duke Energy. You didn't have to do this, and I'm so grateful that you did. I thank as well my friends at Atrium. I started my career at Memorial Hospital a million years ago. So I'm so grateful for them for helping me on this journey. And I also like to thank Novant Health, in particular Carl Amato and Jesse Curitan for supporting me and allowing me to do what I needed to do in community. So grateful for that. I'm always grateful for my family and my friends. Really grateful to all of my family who have supported me through my journey, not just my journey with Novant Health, but my journey and other things as well. But I want to really say to you that my great thank you is to God. God has kept me, and I am so grateful for that. And a lot of people talk about favor with God. They found favor, and it seems to be a prosperity type of favor. But I really want to say I'm so grateful to God for God's grace. And you know how God's grace came to me multiple times? Was through social capital. Social capital. One of the two cross-cutting factors that we talked about in the task force was social capital and segregation being something that impacts everyone. And I want you to know, those that are listening to my voice, those that are leaders of companies, those that have influence in this community. Not just the social capital that you have, am I appealing to you for? But I really want you to share your children, your entire families, to share their social capital. As Stephen said, the money that comes with this honor, I'm giving to the foundation so the foundation can work on social determinants of health, housing, education, transportation, living wage. And all of you under the sound of my voice are influencers in those arenas. So it is my prayer that you honor me in this award by using your social capital, to help make a difference in the lives of others. We need you. We thank you. We appreciate you for all that you've done. I appreciate this community for the grace that they've shown me, because you've shown me some amazing grace. And thank you so much for everything.
Dr. Garman Brown, we are so thankful to call you ours. We are all so very, very inspired by your passion and your vision. And I know I speak for many, many people when I thank you for serving as a role model for all of us. You are a true, true inspiration. And it was one of the easiest decisions I've ever made to award you the 2020
That is a wrap.
Citizens of the Carolina.
I think I can talk now.
This year has been remarkable. I think it's been said a number of times. We've had many world-changing, paradigm-shifting developments, from the COVID-19 pandemic and loss of lives to the Black Lives Matter movement and marches to wildfires and hurricanes along our coast. It's been a year of unrest, uncertainty, and injustice. This has brought about rapid transformation for our community, our businesses, and our people. It's opened eyes and hearts, and it's forced the right dialogue that we need to keep progressing forward together, and we need to keep having this dialogue. We as leaders need to continue these conversations and use them and continue to use them as a call to action. When I think about where this past year started, where it has led us, and what's in store for the future, I also think about what's grounded me and kept me focused. 2020 was a year of unanticipated challenges. We all had to make so many sacrifices and learn innovative ways to move forward, to work with each other, to drive decision making, and most importantly, to care for those who are struggling. In the process, we've learned and grown and made a difference, as Dr. Ophelia Garman Brown has encouraged us to do in the lives of so many. We should all take pride in the resilience of our region and never lose the perspective this year has brought us. I do believe 2021 will be a year of hope and regrowth. I think it was great to hear from the CEOs on how they're looking forward to 2021, and now with the hope and optimism of a vaccination, I think we all feel like we're going to begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So it's been a great, great honor to serve as your chair, and I'm thrilled to officially pass the gavel to Carol Lovin, Executive Vice President, Chief Integration Officer, and System Chief of Staff for Atrium Health. She is so deeply committed to moving the Charlotte forward together. Carol?
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm incredibly excited to lead the Charlotte Alliance into 2021. Excuse me. But before we go there, I just wanted to say out loud that it's been such a privilege to work with you, alongside you this past year. It's been an incredible year. And I just want to ask you, when you look back on 2020, what are the standout moments for you? What do you think of that?
Oh gosh, there have been so many, Carol. It's been a challenging one, but at the same time, there's a lot to be proud of. There's a lot to celebrate. One thing that I'm particularly proud of is the phenomenal leadership of our executive committee and board of trustees. One thing that stands out is the EC meeting we had in the aftermath of the George Floyd tragedy. We all paused to deeply consider the role the Alliance should be playing in strengthening racial equity in the business community. Carol, perhaps you can cover part of our strategy as we move into 2021, because I just think it's so compelling, and I'm just really proud of the leaders in this community.
Well, I'd love to, Jennifer. And you know, your words take me back, though, to the retreat in the fall that we had. And one of the things that Tim Ryan from PwC said, and this kept ringing in my head when you were just mentioning that, was create an environment with no deafening silence. So in other words, we just have to talk. And that's what you did. You know, you created that environment for us to talk, and we went on for a long time. So as we enter 2021, the Alliance is making racial equity within business, because that's our role, one of our top 3 priorities. For one, we'll be continuing our leadership role with Mayor Lyles and her public-private partnership for racial equity. She's got such a bold vision. And we'll also be working on measuring inclusion to know that we're changing the outcomes, because that's one thing we learned at our retreat, is that that would be a good role for the Alliance. And really, most importantly, we're bringing together business, government, education, and nonprofits to find solutions that lift up our people and lift up our communities. And Jennifer, as a CHRO, you're focused on the importance of people. You focus on that every day. So give us a few of your thoughts.
Absolutely. You know, people and a strong workforce are just key to the success of businesses in the area. You heard our CEOs talk about that. You heard Rick Elias talk about Road to Hire and the way in which our community has collaborated and gotten really creative and innovative about how we continue to approach workforce development. One thing that I would say is businesses are choosing to invest here, continue to invest here. Through November of 2020, the Charlotte region has seen 57 announcements representing about 8,200 jobs and $2.6 billion in capital investment. And roughly half of these announcements came from existing companies. So it's always great when you see existing companies doubling down their invest Charlotte region and expanding and growing right here at home. It just really says a lot. And then the other half were from companies new to the region. Among these was the landmark summer announcement, and this was so exciting for all of us, of Centene. They're a Fortune 50 company, and they're going to develop a state-of-the-art corporate campus in the University City neighborhood. So this has just been a real transformational win for our region. The growth of industries like fintech, insurance, healthcare, manufacturing, technology, and also transportation really signal continued confidence in this region. So Carol, talk about how you plan to continue to build upon this momentum as we move into 2021.
Well, excuse me. Well, first, we love the 2020's momentum. Not many regions can say that, Jennifer. And, you know, I keep thinking now about what Tom Zandy said from Moody's at our retreat. And he said that Charlotte speaks with one voice and we work together. And we heard that this morning from our panelists, the CEO panelists. Tom said that partnerships between business, higher ed, and government are something that Charlotte's good at and that Charlotte is known for. And this will power our growth going forward. And again, that was completely underscored this morning. Such confidence by our CEO leaders in this community. So to your question, we're definitely committed to keeping those announcements coming in 2021. And you asked how. And really, that's pretty simple, because the how is the team. And the team is really a whole team of teams. You heard Jean talk about this morning about how Atrium uses the team of teams concept when we do execution, and it really works. And when we think about the economic development team, it's not one team. It's one team comprised of many. It's the Alliance, it's the City of Charlotte, it's Mecklenburg County, it's all of the other counties surrounding us, 14 counties actually. And we all work together in economic development, and we play different roles at different times. So here's for an example for how it works. So early in the process, you know, the Alliance takes the lead in marketing and getting us on the short list of companies. In fact, in 2021, we plan to launch a new campaign to generate over 3 million media impressions. And you're probably wondering where. So we'll be targeting the New York, New Jersey area, plus Chicago, San Francisco, LA, Montreal, and Toronto. And then as a company narrows its sites within the Charlotte region, we'll continue to support our primary responsibility of our partners, either the city or one of the 15 counties, because it just makes sense to do that. But we've got to get this project to this region together. And then as day one gets closer, then it's the Alliance's role to connect and really integrate new companies into our business community. But Jennifer, you know, as important as new growth is, and we've talked about this a lot, you and I have, supporting the businesses that are already here is equally important. And the Alliance takes the lead in doing that by bringing our business community together to advocate for policies and also lead campaigns. And a lot of people don't know that encourage business revitalization, which is what we all want and need right now. So speaking of advocacy, we've had some success in 2020. Can you tell us about it?
Well, yeah, this is another area where I would say I'm very proud of the Alliance team, because advocacy really is critically important to make sure that we continue to have the conditions in the region that are conducive to continued growth and encourage continued growth. And so as a voice of business, the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance ran the successful Vote Yes for Bonds campaign that drove record high public support for the City of Charlotte's bond measures, ensuring continued investments in neighborhoods, housing, and transportation. So these bonds, just to give you a sense for the size and magnitude of this, represented nearly $200 million of investment in critical infrastructure for the city. And they'll help fund another $50 million in affordable housing. We all know that we've been working on affordable housing as really key to economic mobility, and more than $100 million for transportation improvements, and nearly $45 million for neighborhood improvements. So when you think about all the components of economic mobility and the things that need to be in place to make economic progress and growth equitable for all, this is a really key milestone for the Charlotte region. So our advocacy efforts in 2020 focus primarily on critical infrastructure and business relief. And this also includes additional appropriations in our Charlotte Douglas Airport and also our Concord Regional Airport of $30 million. We're also making progress on additional funding for broadband across both North and South Carolina. So really proud of the things that we were able to advance in 2020, Carol.
Well, I'm proud of that work too, Jennifer. And the work in 2021 is going to be even bolder, because especially when it becomes related to infrastructure and transportation. So when we think about how much development has occurred in our region over the last 20 or 30 years, going forward, there are big plans underway, plans that span our center city to both sides of the Carolinas. And the time is really now to get behind that. So we've got to prioritize investments in transportation, innovation, education that make us a more equitable and world-class region, because we know that we are. So more to come on that next year.
Yeah, and equitable economic growth is how we must be thinking about it. And along these lines, another thing that we made progress on is formally launching the Alliance Foundation, which amplifies the work that the Charlotte Alliance and our partners are doing to advance prosperity for all and champion a new model of inclusive economic growth.
Yeah, you've led us through quite a year, Jennifer, and I'm proud to have been a part of it with you.
Absolutely. Well, we've made a good team, and I'm proud of the work of the Alliance. It's the collective effort by our investors, business leaders, and public officials. I'm very proud of these accomplishments. 2020 gave us a time to pause and a time to reflect in ways we didn't anticipate. We had to learn new ways to operate, different ways to communicate, and how to adapt to a brave new world. All businesses have had to face challenges, and none of us are alone. And I know that I took great comfort of that throughout the course of the year. As this year comes to a close, I think it's safe to assume everyone's looking forward to a more promising 2021. Carol, is there anything else on your mind as we move into next year?
Well, you probably know where I'm going to go. And I just have to mention Forward Together, because it's become our rallying cry. And the words in the logo were developed by Chris Moxley on our own executive team. And those two simple words, they're good ones. But when you put them together, that's when the power really comes. And they resonated instantly with our executive committee. It was a theme for our fall retreat. And it is the theme that we will carry forward for 2021. Because what we intend to do is move the Charlotte region forward together for equitable economic growth. And that's our true north, Jennifer. It's a vibrant, healthy, innovative, and inclusive economy. You and I've talked about this all year, creating opportunities and prosperity for all. In fact, together, it would be pretty cool if we could become sort of a multiplier of opportunity. And also, I was thinking about the word the Alliance, and it's really no accident that ALL are the first three letters of that word, because it's going to definitely take all of us next year. So we'll hold on to this challenge, and we'll roll up our sleeves, and we're working on strategies to focus on the Charlotte region's most valuable assets, our businesses, our people, and our places. And Jennifer, we're going to do everything we can to do 3 things. And these were the same themes from our retreat this fall, and they resonated with the businesses across Charlotte. Number 1, accelerate business growth and economic revitalization. 2, drive racial equity in our business community. And 3, launch a coalition for a better 2050. This work is just really made for us because it leverages our unique role, the Alliance's role as the voice of business, and also as the connector and convener of our business community. And as you know, Jennifer, we adopted these 3 as a board just last Thursday at our annual meeting. And we'll be sharing a link with everyone to our entire 2021 plan with all the details, more than you probably want. So just a reminder that the Alliance is certainly more than a building and a team uptown, or mostly now at home for that matter. It's really all of us. It's our collective and powerful voice. It's driving progress and prosperity for all. It's moving the Charlotte region forward together. And I know we at Atrium Health are incredibly proud to be part of the Alliance. So Jennifer, I just have to say thank you once again for your leadership and guidance in this very extraordinary year, navigating us through 2020. You'll never forget it, I know, and neither will any of us. Many thanks also to our executive committee, our board of trustees, and all of our public and private sector investors. You all are amazing, and you're amazing champions for our region. And to Janet and the Alliance team, you're a small but mighty crew, and your efforts to advance our mission within this pandemic show your deep commitment to us and to the community, and for that we're very grateful. So now it's my great pleasure to announce our 2021 Executive Committee. And in advance, I want to say a big thank you to each leader and to each organization involved, because it's going to be a lot of work, but we're super excited about it. And also thank you to countless others who will be giving their time and energy to support our mission. Together, let's make 2021's Charlotte's moment. So let's roll the video, please.
Carol Levin, Chair, EVP, Chief Integration Officer and System Chief of Staff, Atrium Health. Jennifer Weber, Immediate Past Chair, Chief Human Resources Officer, ADM. Malcolm Coley, First Vice Chair, Charlotte Managing Partner, EY. Keith Cockrell, Second Vice Chair, Global Technology and Operations COO, Bank of America. Luis Uberis, Secretary and General Counsel, Attorney at Law, Moore & Van Allen, PLLC. Joe Paradise, Treasurer, Managing Partner, KPMG. Janet Labar, President and CEO, Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. Michaelina Antejares, Young Professionals Chair, Venue Sales Manager, CRVA. Clay Armbruster, President, Johnson C. Smith University. Heath Campbell, Regional President, Truist. Derek Close, Partner, Springsteen Capital. Melissa Cronin, Managing Director, Accenture. Jesse Cureton, EVP and Chief Consumer Officer, Novant Health. Dina Diorio, County Manager, Mecklenburg County. Danielle Frazier, President and CEO, Charlotte Works. Tom Glick, President, Tepper Sports and Entertainment. Jeff Gray, President, Signature Consultants. David Head, CLT Alliance Foundation Chair, Managing Director, Strategic Account Executive, Grant Thornton. Reginald Henderson, Vice President, Government Affairs, Lowe's Companies. Donnie Hicks, EDAC Immediate Past Chair, Executive Director, Gaston County EDC. Julie Jansen, EVP of External Affairs and Carolinas Region President, Duke Energy. Marcus Jones, City Manager, City of Charlotte. Pat Jones, Vice President and General Manager, Carowinds. David Longo, Founder, Chairman, and CEO, CBI. Scott Millar, EDAC Chair, President, Catawba County EDC. Tracy Montross, Regional Director of Government Affairs, American Airlines. Christopher Moxley, Co-Owner, 704 Shop. Alan Sauber, Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer, Premier. Hunter Scholl, Greater Charlotte Market Executive, Wells Fargo. Jennifer Troyer, Dean, Belk College of Business, UNC Charlotte. Laura Ulrich, Regional Economist, Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. Fred Whitfield, President, Charlotte Hornets Sports and Entertainment. Banks Wilson, President and Creative Director, Union. T. Ross Young, Vice President, Government Relations and Retail Business Services, Food Lion.
Hey everyone, Janet LaBarre here, President and CEO of the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance. I don't know about you, but I've been on the edge of my seat today soaking up all the insightful content and wisdom of our amazing leaders, and I trust you've had a similar experience from where you're sitting. As I think about this year, the Charlotte region and the Alliance have so much to reflect on. 2020 has in many ways taken a heavy toll on us as a community, as businesses, and as people. But we've met those challenges with resilience, a bias toward action, and a whole lot of heart, all of which serves as momentum for us that will carry with us into 2021. You've seen and heard throughout our program today that the Alliance will focus on 3 bold strategies beginning in 2021, and they bear repeating because it will take all of us to make progress and to see to it that transformation happens. As Carol said, the Alliance is all of us. So, 3 bold strategies. We'll focus on business growth to accelerate our economic recovery. We'll drive racial equity within business, and we'll position the Charlotte region to be the connected, innovative, inclusive, and knowledge-driven place that satisfies our growth needs for the next 30 years. The Charlotte region is full of promise, and there is no organization better poised to lead our region in realizing our economic potential than the Alliance. Thank you so much for joining in our charge for economic growth that's equitable, for championing people, business, and place, and for your partnership and investment in the Alliance. Thank you to our CEOs of our headquartered companies, Rick, Meg, Brian, and Jean, as well as Roz, for leading by example and for enlightening us today. Congratulations and thank you to Dr. Ophelia Garman-Brown for inspiring us. Thank you to Jennifer and Carol, our executive committee, and our board of trustees for guiding us. And thank you to our annual Outlook sponsors for bringing this program to life. Special shout outs to the Alliance team for all you're doing to serve this amazing Charlotte region. I am grateful for all of you and excited to move forward together in 2021. Some housekeeping before we go. The Alliance wants to hear from you, so following the annual Outlook, you'll receive an email asking for your feedback on today's event. Please take 5 minutes to complete it and help us create an even better experience for you in the future. Now, we're going to move into our virtual reception. So please use the button on the left called Virtual Reception to join us. For those of you who are joining via YouTube, you should also have a link to join in your pre-event email that was sent last Friday and again this morning. So thank you all again, and I'll see you at the reception.